Concession stand is open. They're serving breakfast right now, so you want to get yourself something to eat or drink, you go ahead and get yourself something up at the concession stand. We're going to try and shoot for a pulling at 10 o'clock here this morning. And of course, this is the kickoff of the 2026 Four-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series.
How you doing today?
Good. That's good.
All right, here's the lineup for the classes today. Our first class is going to be stock altered. Second class is going to be the Mod Twin Open. Third is 5,000 governed twin. Fourth class will be our super stock class. Fifth class is 5,000 governed single. Sixth class will be the Youth 16 4,000. So that's a 1050 16 horsepower youth class. Seventh class will be our poor boys. Eighth will be the 12 horsepower 900 pound youth class. Ninth class is the stock 16 4,000 heats. 10th will be the 1150 light pro diesels. 11th should be the pro stock class. 12th will be the new open class. 13th will be the stock 16 4,000 finals. Then we got the max stock class, the 4,000 governed 20 horsepower, then the 4,000 governed 25 horsepower, then the 3,500 factory stock 16. Those are the lineup of the classes. So the first three classes, the pros can line up at the starting line. All the other classes kind of wait until the classes end up. That way you don't have a cluster at the starting line. But just the first three classes, so it should be stock altered, Mod Twin Open, and 5,000 governed twin are our first three classes of the day.
I didn't hear when super stock after the government twin.
Yeah, super stock's after the government twin.
And again, all pullers. If you just got on the grounds, go ahead and get your tractors teched, and then registration is open. Go ahead and get that all done. When you go get registered, go ahead and make sure you sign the waiver, and you got to have an armband to pull today, so make sure you have an armband. Now, if you're getting hungry, the concession stand is open. They are serving breakfast up at the pavilion, so you can get yourself something to eat or drink. Drivers meeting is going to be here in about maybe, I'm going to say 7 or 8 minutes at the starting line by the green sled.
Yeah. I'm working on it.
All fours in the pit area. Drivers meeting in 5 minutes at the sled. Drivers meeting 5 minutes at the sled. And again, all fours that have just arrived on the pit area, go and get yourselves registered and then get your tractors tacked. All fours must have an armband, so when you get into register, go and sign the waiver and get your armband and then get yourself registered and then go get your tractors tacked. If you haven't got them tacked in about 5 minutes, we'll be at the sled with the drivers meeting. 5 minutes drivers meeting at the sled.
Oh, now you're humming. Hey, why is he humming?
I don't know. It could be because I'm floating this way.
No, pick that up. Move it on that side. Yeah.
Good? Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. By two.
Huh?
You can conclude this by two.
Ah, you got somewhere else to be, don't you?
I gotta be also at 4.
Mount Alto? Oh, that's right. They got that pool there tonight, too.
Attention on the grounds. Addison Ewing, can you head to registration? Addison Ewing to registration. Thank you. All right, everyone head to the sled. We're going to be having our driver's meeting here in a couple minutes. All fours, head to the sled. We're going to be having our driver's meeting here in a couple minutes.
7 minutes.
Hello. How are you?
Damn it.
I didn't do it. Now I did it. Me and my big feet.
What's the family channel?
You and my big feet.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is pool time, and as customary in all great sporting events, let us all please rise. Gentlemen, please remove your hats, as we are going to be playing our national anthem. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody here to the Johnsville Ruritan Showgrounds for their annual show here today. We got the first pool of the 2026 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series here today. Now, our first three classes we got is the Stock Altered, the Mod Twin Open, and the 5,000 Govern Twin. We'll find out what classes will be here. They're going to get the lineup for me here in just a moment. So for fans that are kind of new to this garden tractor pulling has been around for a long time, since about the 70s. They've been pulling garden tractors, but they've been kind of involved into a lot of sophisticated equipment you're going to see out here. Some of these tractors you're going to see are going to turn out of one cylinder over 100 horsepower out of these engines. Now, these are all touring professional pools. These pools will go all over the United States and go pool at national pools. Some of these pools will go out to Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee. These pools go all over the United States representing their hometowns. And these pools are going to be not only running for prize money here today, they're running for points. So the most points they gather at the end of the year, they will be the series champion for the year. So they're trying to do is a good, consistent performance, and that's what they look for, is consistency. Safety is the number one rule in the game. All pullers must wear a helmet. Now we get into the hot classes like your Stock Holder, your Mod Twin Open, and your 5,000 Govern Twin. Now these tractors will be running alcohol, and with the nature of alcohol, all pullers must wear a full fire suit. And we're going to find out here pretty soon. We got the Stock Holder class going to be the first one. They'll have the lineup for me here in just a moment. And we'll be off and pulling. And of course, I'm going to go over some of the local sponsors for the Johnsville show. We'd like to thank Ryan Stanball with Stanballs Incorporated, White Pine Paving, Magstone LLC, Pleasant Echo Farms, Barney and Debbie Stanball, Legacy Septic and Excavating LLC, Debbie and Chuck Reese, Tuck Services Station, Creative Outlook LLC, Franklin Electric, Justin Franklin, AgriGold Seed and Corn, that's Shannon Franklin with that one as well. These are your sponsors for the Johnsville show here today. Without these sponsors, we couldn't have this show here, as they've been here for quite a long time. Now, I want to give you a little interesting little tidbit with the garden tractors. Yeah, they started with the garden tractors way back, I'm going to say probably in the late 60s, maybe early 70s. And And when they start modifying and souping up some of these little garden tractors, well, that's how the modified mini class was conceived. They actually conceived from the garden tractors. So you see these big, modified minis with the big V8s on them, that you see going up and down the track. You see it on YouTube and a lot of videos. I know Robert Drawbridge is here. He's doing a worldwide simulcast here today. So everyone from all over the world, I'd like to welcome you to Johnsville, Maryland, here in the United States. My name is Chester Welty. I am known as the blabbermouth of the Mid-Atlantic. I've been announcing for the First State Garden Tractor Tours for quite a few years now. I'd like to thank Doug Gill for giving me the opportunity to be his announcer. I'm also a pro with him now. I have a stock 16 tractor I'll be running here today. I'm also an antique tractor pro. I've been pulling with the antique tractors for over 33 years. Just got done with the national tour this year. I was all over Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, touring with my Farm All M and their Division 2. Well, fans, I'm going to say I did represent the state of Maryland, because all the tours that I was going up against were from Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Nebraska, Iowa, and Missouri. Well, this pool from Maryland made his mark on the series, as I wound up being in the top 3 in the 5,500-pound class out of 20 tractors that toured the country. And I finished 4th in the country in the 6,000. So did very good with the big tractor. Still kind of feeling out with this little tractor. I've only pulled this thing for a couple of years now, and that's kind of getting to be a little bit of a challenge for me, because it's a total different creature than what I'm used to. So right now, looks like it's going to be a stock order class. I'm going to be waiting for the lineup sheets, and then we can be off and rolling. All right, so our first puller will be Brandon Sowers with Old Glory. This is a stock order class. This is basically a little upgrade on it. These are a little bit more modified than the stock 16s. I don't know what their RPM limits are, but they do have an RPM limit. They're allowed to run alcohol, and they can run cut tires. If you look on the back of these tractors, these got full cut tires. So he's running a full 5-speed, so he's probably running alcohol. So he's going to be the first puller off on the track. Ladies and gentlemen, the Old Glory, here comes Brandon Sowers. Very unique tractor here. This is a wheel horse tractor. Most of these tractors are built from the Cub Cadets. So we'll see what he can do out here today. Here comes Old Glory of Brandon Sowers. Not a bad run. 173 for Brandon Sowers. So we'll find out. Now the first puller in each class has the option either to take that hook or drop and come back. So he's going to keep that hook. So it's 173 even. 173 feet even for Brandon Sowers. He was going 6.6 miles an hour. So our next puller, and this will be the last one, will be Donnie Norris on a tractor he calls Overtime. Our next class is going to be the Mod Twin, and that's going to be just Brandon Sowers with the Bandit. All right, so we got Donnie Norris coming up with the Overtime. There's your Cub Cadet tractor. Most of your garden tractors are built from the Cub Cadet because the Cub Cadet tractor actually has a actual drive line instead of a belt drive. They actually have a drive line. So right now we'll see what the Overtime can do. Ladies and gentlemen, Donnie Norris. .158.36. 158.36. So with that, the only two pullers in the class will be able to pull off here. Brandon Sowers with the Old Glory will be taking it at 173 even. And Donnie Norris with the Overtime at 158.36. These are the unofficial results. We'll have the official results. So we're off and rolling. So we got Brandon Sowers coming up next with the Bandit. This is the Mod Twin class. These are twin-cylinder tractors. Basically, they're allowed to do anything they want to these engines. Don't know the exact cubic inches on them. They're probably about maybe 60 to 70 cubic inches. They're well over 100 horsepower. As you can see, he's got to wear a full fire suit because they do run on alcohol. They run a full-cut tire. So we'll see what he can do in the Mod Twin Open class. Get a good tight hitch. He's got a green flag, green light on the sled. Once the roller and everyone clears the track, green flag will drop. Driving the Bandit, here comes Brandon Sowers. Don't know what happened, but 150.11 for Brandon Sowers and the Bandit. Don't know if it just popped out of gear, or hopefully it didn't break, or it may have broke a belt. All right, looking down our list for the 5,000 governed twin.
Good morning, David. We're out in Johnsville.
John Copsey will be up first with the General. Marvin Hand is on deck. Chris Starr is in the hole. Austin Pike with the Monster. You're thinking about it. And then after that, then we're going to move on into the Super Stock class. Jim Ruritan with the Graveyard will be up first. And it'll be Glenn Conrad. Doug Beal with the Exclusive. Colton Daly Built for Business. And then Jim Ruritan with the Screamer. Now these are the 5,000 governed twin. These are also, they're a bit modified. They're only allowed to run 5,000 RPMs is the limit. They can run alcohol and cut tires. So that means all pullers will be wearing a full fire suit. Again, safety is the #1 rule. All pullers must wear a helmet when they're in competition. All tractors are equipped with fire extinguishers. They also have a kill switch wheelie bars on them. Now beginning to warm up our stock classes, they are an uncut tire. Unlike these hot tractors, they run cuts. These run cut tires are stock tractors will run an uncut tire. Right now, this is John Copsey out of West Virginia with the tractor he calls the General. Get a good close look up at this tractor. A very beautiful paint job on this tractor. Of course, John Copsey Sr.'s driving. He's been tractor pulling for a long, long time. We'll see what we can do out here. 4 pullers in this class, and then we'll move on into the super stock class. But driving the General, ladies and gentlemen, out of West Virginia, here comes John Copsey. Oh, wow. 227 feet, .84. 227.84. We'll find out. Now, he's the first puller in this class. He has to make the choice. After he makes his first pull, they say the sled is set. He has to make the decision. Either keep that hook or drop and come back. The odds makers up at the casinos in Atlantic City say the odds are 5-1 that he'll do better the second time out. Of course, we pullers, sometimes we like to play the odds makers. We'll find out from trackside. Sled set. And did anyone find out if he took the hook? Okay, he is going to take that hook. So 227.84 is the official mark. For John Copsey and the General. Marvin Hand with the blue collar dollar will be our next puller. Chris Starr is on deck, and then Austin Pike is in the hole. Then we'll move on into our super stock class. Like I said, now the factory governed twins, these are all twin cylinder engines. On alcohol, special limited on some of the RPMs. They're only allowed to run 5,000. Well, they pulled him off. So that means that Chris Starr will be next. Then Austin Pike will find out what's going on and maybe a no issue. We shall find out. So moving on to be Chris Starr and Austin Pike. So we need Chris Starr next up on the track. Chris Starr's getting himself suited up. So we look Chris Starr or Austin Pike. Enjoy yourself here today. I'd like to say a big thank you to the sponsors of the 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series. We got Planks Auction Company, Decker's Tire Cutting, H&H Performance Parts, K Black Services, T.S. Olden Excavating, D&D Motorsports, Rocky Hollow Holdings, Cat Metal, Jefferson Reynolds, D&D Truck Repair, D&W Enterprises, Ted's Rennet Center. Some of our fine sponsors of the 4-State Garden Pulling Series. So we got Austin Pike. It's up next with the Monster. Right now, 227.84 is the mark to beat, and that's set by John Copsey with the General. John Copsey Sr. driving the General. All right, green light on the sled. All clear. Ladies and gentlemen, driving the Monster. Here comes Austin Pike. .92 for Austin. just let it go full bore up the track. 2:08. Here's truly when I run my Farm OM, especially when I run the Division 2 out on the National Series. I'm only allowed to go all but 3 miles an hour. They give you a little grace period, half track, so if it's a 300-foot track, 150 feet, if I go over the speed limit, I'm fine, but once I pass 150 feet, if I get the horn again, that's it for me, for the big tractors. These guys, they can just let them go full bore. Well, here comes Marvin Hand with the blue collar dollar, which he got some things straightened out with his tractor. And that's, we'll see what he can do. Right now, John Copsey Sr. with the General at 227.84. All right. We'll see what he can do out here. Then it'll be Chris Darby rounding out the class, and we'll move on into the super stock class. And it'll be Jim Ripien with the Graveyard, Glenn Conrad, Doug Deal, Colton Daly, and then Jim Ripien with the Scammer. All right now on the track with the blue collar dollar. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Marvin Hand. .56. 154.56. All right. Our final puller in this class should be Chris Darr. And after that, we're going to move on into the super stock class. Jim Ripien will be our first puller with the Graveyard. Then it'll be Glenn Conrad with his Cup Cadet. Then Doug Deal with Exclusive. Colton Daly for the Bit for Business. And then Jim Ripien will be with his other tractor called the Screamer.
What's that bottom number there? What's that mean? Miles per hour. Miles per hour. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, on the speed, the thing that does the measuring the distance. Also, the one on the bottom is the actual speed they're going, the ground speed they're going. So, gotta find out what's going on with Chris Darr. He's our last puller in the class. If he has Brooks, he'll let me know, and then, well, they'll let me know because if we move on into the super stock class. Then after the super stock class will be the 5,000 governed single, then the youth, the 1050 youth 16 4,000, and then the poor boys. All right. I see Chris Darr's getting suited up. Got the bonfire suit.
I think we need a female up front to organize these guys. What? We need a female up front to organize these guys.
Chris Darr will be our last pull. Right now, John Copsey Sr. with the General still leading the class at 227.84. I'd like to say a big thank you to, again, our sponsor of the 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series. Diesel Equipment Services, Sangrila's Lane Farms, Regional Fire Protection, Chambersburg Rental Services, Raider Performance Motors, Hunter Powered, Circle D Farms, Tom Shockey Collision. Of course, I don't know if Grimes Engineering is also a sponsor. We got the Hat Shack and 2A Guns and Ammo, as well as Kindle Enterprises, our sponsors of the 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series. Also, a big thank you to the sponsors of the Johnsville show. Without the sponsors, Johnsville will be able to put their show on. A big thank you to Stanballs Incorporated, Ryan Stanball, White Pine Paving Incorporated, Magstone LLC, Pleasant Echoes Farms, Barney and Debbie Stanball, Legacy Septic and Excavating LLC, Debbie and Chuck Reese, Tux Service Station, Creative Outlook LLC, Franklin Electric, Justin Franklin, Agri-Gold Seed and Corn, and that's Shannon Franklin. Without the local sponsors for the Johnsville show, we wouldn't have a Johnsville show. And I'll tell you, also if you're getting hungry at over there by the pavilion, they do have their concessions open, so you want to get yourself something to eat or drink, you can do that. All right. We need Chris Starr on the track. The sled is set. He got 3 minutes to get to the sled, so they're putting the time on him. He's got 1 minute yet to go. All right, I hear him got the engine started.
Send him home.
All right.
He's all the way back here.
All right, here comes Chris Starr on his case. All right. Yes, all pullers. When you back into the sled, you have to push your tractor to the sled. You have to push your tractor to the sled. That's one of their rules. So just remind yourself when you get on the track, you got to push your tractor to the sled. All right, let's see what Chris Starr can do. John Copsey's still leading the class at 227.84. Justin Pike right now is holding second at 208.92. Marvin Hand in third at 154.56. So let's see what Chris Starr can do. All super stock pullers. All super stock pullers. Jim Ruritan with the graveyard will be up first. Then it'll be Glenn Conrad will be on deck. Doug Deal's in the hole. Colton Daly, you're thinking about it. All right, driving his case. Last puller in the 5,000 Govern Twin. Here comes Chris Starr. Well, they got 2 attempts to move that sled 60 feet. He's already used his first attempt, so he's going to try it again. Probably didn't have it in the right gear, so he's going to try a lower gear. Right there where that cone is, that orange cone, that is the point of no return. If you feel you have it in the wrong gear, you got to shut her down before you get to those lines. So he's already used his first attempt to pull. Now he's got to go for it all because it's all or nothing now. All right. So he's got it in the right gear. Getting her cleaned out. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Chris Starr on his case. $158.58. 158.58. For Chris Starr. Unofficial results is John Copsey Sr. with the General will take it at 227.84. Finishing second is Austin Pike with the Monster at 208.92. Finishing third at 158.58 is Chris Starr. And finishing fourth is Marvin Hand with the Blue Collar Dollar at 154.56. I don't know if someone could get in registration, get me the lineups for the 5,000 governed single, the youth, the poor boys, and the 12 horsepower youth class, and even the stock 16 heats. So I'll need the lineups for them, or we can keep her going. Right now, we got Jim Ruritan with the Graveyard will be our first puller in the super stock class. Now these super stock tractors are single cylinder 50.5 cubic inch engine. Now some of these tractors are carbureted with a huge carburetor or a twin type carburetor, or they are fuel injected. All these tractors are running alcohol. They run a full cut tires. You're going to see when they come out on the tractor, a full cut tire. Some are running the Midwest Super Cub tractors. You'll see the little component tractors out here. Like this one's more of an OEM type super stock tractor. You'll see a component super stock coming out that was built by Midwest Super Cub. But this is Jim Ruritan on a tractor he calls the Graveyard. And I'll tell you what, if you get a chance to go in the pit and take a look at this tractor, that's a beautiful tractor. Now he looks like, I can't tell if he's running carburetor or he's running fuel injection on this, but all these tractors run alcohol. That's why he's got to wear a full fire suit. Nature of alcohol and the danger of alcohol is during the day you cannot see the fire when it catches fire. So that's a mandate for these hot classes. But he's going to set the mark driving the Graveyard. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Jim Ruritan. What a good run. 228. Jim Ruritan. 228.38. Wow, what a good drop and come back. That is his option. So if the sled's set, he's going to make that decision. He's looking at it, and we'll find out from trackside. Of course, I'll ask Andy, is the sled set? Yes, he says the sled is set. We'll find out from trackside if Jim's going to keep that pull or he's going to drop and come back and play the odds makers. Now, one of the advantages with the alcohol is actually these engines will run cooler than gasoline. That's why they run the alcohol, get more horsepower. And these are highly modified engines on these tractors. You can see it looks like a big carburetor. I can't tell if it's a big carburetor fuel injector on this one. But they have a huge carburetor they can run. They run what they call a carbureted super stock. They have an injected super stock or an open super stock. So right now, 228.38. If Jim's kept that hook, that'll be the mark to beat. So that's the mark that Glenn Conrad's got to go after. Right now, here comes Glenn Conrad on his Cub Cadet. Well, there's your new leader, 238.67. 238.67. He's going about 13.2 miles an hour. I'm going to safely say that Jim, I think, is going to keep that hook. All right. So I'm going to leave it open. Our last three pulls in the class will be Doug Deal will be up next. Colton Daly will be Built for Business, and Jim Ruritan with the Screamer. Be our last three. Then I'm going to need a lineup sheet for the next class, the 5,000 government single. I need 5,000 government single, youth 16, poor boys, and youth 12. Somebody give me the lineup sheets here. I greatly appreciate it. That way we keep the show moving. All right, well, we got Doug Tractor called exclusive. Tell you what, a beautiful red tractor on this one. He's got quite a few tractors in the Pro and Super Stock class. Now this one looks like a twin carbureted setup. And he's going to send that weight out. That weight can only go about maybe 2 or 3 feet out in the front of the nose of the tractor. That's the limit. But he can adjust that weight. He can go, that's the max. He You can adjust the in or out on varying track conditions. And these tractors weigh 1,050 pounds with a driver on board. And that's the maximum weight. Driving the exclusive, ladies and gentlemen, here comes Doug D. And there's your new leader, 243.17. 243.17. And there's your new leader, 243.17. 243.17 for the 5,000 government single, the Youth 16, the Poor Boys, and the Youth 12. And maybe, but then when we get to the stock 16 4,000, I will need someone to cover for me because I'm in the first heat. So I'll need someone to cover for me as I'm going to go pulling. All right. We got Colton Daly coming up next out of West Virginia with a Built for Business. Doug Deal took the number one spot right now. He's holding the number one spot right now at 243.17. Then we got Jim Ruritan with a Screamer out of Maryland. He will be the last puller in the class. Of course, then when I get my lineups, and then we'll get on with the 5,000 governed single. All right. This is Colton Daly out of West Virginia with a tractor they call a Built for Business. Right now, Doug Deal, the exclusive, holding the number one spot, 243.17. We got the green light on the sled. His dad PJ's making some final adjustments on the tractor. Kind of telling his son where to go on the track. Now what's interesting with these tractors, there is no independent braking on these. They gotta lean their bodies on it. But right now, driving the Built for Business, here comes Colton Daly. .233.58. Now that's going to put him third in the class. Hopefully yet to go, and then we're going to move on to the 5,000 government single. We'll just have to bear with me a little bit as I have to. We need the lineup sheets here in a little bit. Our last pull here in the class is Jim Ruritan's new tractor, the Screamer. Now this tractor is a little unique. It is a Midwest Super Cub tractor built by Midwest Super Cub and looks a little different than the average Cub Cadet. What I call more of a component tractor, but still running the Cub Cadet rear end, a little longer in the wheelbase. Right now, he's got to beat Doug Deal's 243.17. Of course, this is a fairly new tractor for Jim. We'll see how he can do out here. All right. Getting everything all locked into gear and getting ready to go. We've been having a lot of fun with this tractor. It's still a brand new tractor for him as he's getting used to it. All right, let's see what we can do with this Screamer. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Ruritan. 235.19. 235.19. All right. So here I was going to finish up unofficially for the super stock class. Doug Deal will take it at 243.17. Finishing second is Glenn Conrad at 238.67. Finishing third is Jen Ripien with the Screamer at 235.19. Finishing fourth is Colton Daly with the Built for Business at 233.58. And finishing fifth is Jim Ripien with the Graveyard at 228.67. And those are the unofficial results. The official results will be done at registration. Oh my, I just looked at something. Ashley, you're going to have to go against me. I see I'm 8th and 9th, so you're in the first heat in the stock 16, so...
I'm going to kind of tease her. I'm going to try to tease her a little bit.
They just a couple days ago just purchased a stock 16 tractor. And now they got to go in against the old infamous Little Red Band. I'll see how I can do as I'm still trying to get used to it. So we'll see what happens out here. We have 2 heats, and I'm going to find out if it's going to be top 5 or top 7 is going to go into the finals. Right now, 5,000 government single. I'm going to try to pronounce your last name, Michael Rebedolf.
What is it? Rabbiani?
Rabbiani, okay, thank you. We'll be first. Paisley Copsey with the Pink Thunder will be second, and then it'll be Bo Barnes with the Strictly Wicked will be the third one in the 5,000 governed single. Now this 5,000 governed single is like a 16 horsepower engine. They're allowed to run up to but not over 5,000 RPMs. They can run alcohol and cut tires, so they'll have to wear a full fire suit. And then we're going to move on to our first youth class, the 1050 Youth 16 class. Then after that will be the pool boys. And then we got our new class is the Youth 12 horsepower class. And then we got the heats for the stock 16, which when we get to the stock 16 class, I will need someone to cover for me. Yours truly, the Bottomouth's going to be pulling today, so I'm going to need someone to cover for me here on the announce booth. We need someone to help with the rake, so we need someone to help with the rake on the track. And unhook, so we need someone to help with the rake and unhooking. So if someone can help out, we need the volunteers to keep this show rolling. All right, so we're looking for Michael Rabbithall. I'll get his name right. Don't feel bad. Every place I go, they mispronounce my last name because it's not a common last. And mine's spelled a little differently, so mine gets mispronounced all the time. Oh, ravioli? Oh, okay. That'll make sense. A little Italian there, but that's okay. But he's got a tractor called the Fire Wagon, so we're waiting on him right now. And if I'm not mistaken, if I know the sled operator, once the sled is back and is in its pulling position at the starting line, each puller has 3 minutes to get to the sled, or it looks like Mike's going to have to drop. He's having some problems, so it's going to leave it wide open for Paisley Copsey. Now, this is a brand new tractor for Paisley, and she's already had a lot of success. She won the Keystone Nationals with this tractor. And she's been doing very good with this tractor. And this girl's all about tractor pulling. Her dad and granddad are right there helping her out, and they're going to guide her up the track. But we'll see what she can do. She's going to be the first official puller in this class. Of course, the little problem they've been having is they've been having problems with breaking rear ends, and they got it fixed. They broke it at Collinsville last weekend, and they got her all fixed. Uh-oh. It stalled out, so we're going to get that little starter thing to get her started, but they're putting her off the track. This is not looking good, so we need Bo Barnes with the Strictly Wicked. If you're available, we'll get ready to pull then. Of course, last night they just got the tractor back together after I think they broke the rear end out of it last weekend there at Leetown at Jefferson County Fair. So we're looking at it right now. Of course, this is a brand new tractor for the Copsey team. So we're looking for Bo Barnes, Michael Ravioli, as they call him. So we got the tractor known as the Fire Wagon and the Strictly Wicked. We'll be off and rolling in the 5,000 governed single. We need someone to unhook and also help with the rake, so.
Don't be making fun of me either, because I blew my diesel on Friday night. I don't know what it's going to do.
Oh, what broke on it?
Turbo went through the whole motor.
Turbo
Blew apart.
Oh, it sucked into the intake part.
All the aluminum went everywhere. Well, it's not good. This is the third motor on that tractor this year.
Ew.
Yep, we're still going to need volunteers, especially to help out with the track. So if you're not doing anything, you can give a hand. We appreciate to keep the show rolling. Of course, we're kind of running a little snag. I don't know. Wow. I was just shown a picture of a turbocharger with a diesel class last weekend there in Leetown, West Virginia. The Scott family, their one tractor blew the turbo apart. They said already this year we're going through 3 engines. I'm like, yeesh. That's Ron Scott's tractor. He was showing me that picture because I heard something went away on it. I didn't think it was that bad. But them little diesel tractors, they will turn about 6,500 RPM. You'll see them here later on today. All right, looks like they got Paisley fired back up. So they'll bring her back out on the track. Oh, it's a little aggravating. Like I said, they just got the tractor back together last night. I know the wheel broke on the tractor again. They've had some issues with the rear end. Now this has got Maxie Ferguson shooting out along, and she calls it the Pink Thunder. So we'll see what she can do out here. Dad and Granddad helping her out, get everything all ready to go. Like I said, this young lady, she's about 8 years old, and all she thinks about is tractor pulling. I told her daddy, I said, we'll see what you can do, but right now, driving the Pink Thunder, here comes Paisley Copsey. Let's give her a nice round of applause for Paisley Copsey. 2:34.11. 2:34.11. I have no doubts that her dad and granddad are going to keep that hook. That was a good run for Paisley. course, Mike Ravioli, well, that's what they told me to call him. We're looking for him for a fire wagon with Bo Barnes with a Strictly Wicked. We'll find out them two pullers are going to be pulling, so we're waiting on them two. And like I said, when the sled is back to its ready position and its pulling position at the start line, we're going to be putting the enforcement 3 minutes. Each puller has 3 minutes to get to the sled. Each puller has 3 minutes to get to the sled. And looking down our list for the youth 10-50-16 class, Jackson Calder will be up first. It'll be Callie Norris, John Sowers, Blake Lambert, Addison Ewing, Jesse Caudill, Paisley Copsey, Callie Norris with the other cub, and then Addison Ewing with Geraldine. All right. All right. So I think this is the, I don't know if this is the Strictly Wicked or if this is the Fire Wagon. I think it is the Fire Wagon. Also, at the announce booth, we got the polling schedules for 4th State and Potomac and Shenandoah. So if you want to get the polling stations, you can get them. Right now, I think this is the Fire Wagon with Mike Raboff. Let's see what he can do. I think he's a new puller, so he's going to give his first shot out. All right. Got the green flag. All right, he's off and rolling. There's a brand new puller here in the 5,000 Governor 16, and yes, this is Mike Raboth in the Fire Wagon. 5,000 Governor single. .33. All right, we also got flyers for the Hershaw, Pennsylvania event. We got flyers here for the 21st through the 24th, so if you want to take a look at that, we got that. We also got the all the pools for 4th State at Potomac and Shenandoah. So we're waiting for Bo Barnes to be our last puller in this class, and then we're going to move on into the youth class. Like I say, a big shout out to sponsors of the Johnsville show: Stanballs Incorporated, White Pine Paving, Magstone LLC, Pleasant Echoes Farms with Barney and Debbie at Stanball, Legacy Septic and Excavation LLC, Debbie and Chuck Reese. Some of our fine sponsors here for the Johnsville annual show. All right, so we got Bo Barnes with a tractor he calls Strictly Wicked. Right now, 234.11 is the mark to beat, and that was set by Paisley Copsey with the Pink Thunder. So we'll see what he can do. He's off and rolling with the tractor he calls Strictly Wicked. 143.14. All right. All right. Unofficially, the results for the 5,000 government single. Paisley Copsey with the Pink Thunder will take it at 234.11. Finishing second will be Bo Barnes with the Strictly Wicked at 143.14. And finishing third was Mike Rimboli with the Fire Wagon at 133.33. All right. Here's how it's going to go in our 16 horsepower class. If you're stock 16, 4,000 tractors, all of them are youngsters. I think the age is up to only 14 years of age is for these pullers. So, Jackson Calder will be up first. Callie Norris is on deck. John Sires is in the hole. Blake Lambert is lurking. And again, I'd like to say a big thank you to our sponsors, Tuck Service Station, Creative Outlook LLC, Franklin Electric, Justin Franklin, and AgriGold Seed and Corn, Shannon Franklin. They're the sponsors for the Johnsville show. Without any of these sponsors, this show and also the pools wouldn't go. So a big thank you to all our sponsors, and the sponsors for 4 State Garden Tractor Pullers is Planks Auction, all right, so Planks, so we're not going to be running heats. We only had 19 pullers total in the class. So, oh boy, so this is going to be kind of fun. So yeah, we got to have 20 or more tractors before we do them in heats. So, our 4 State Garden Tractor Pulling Series sponsors is Planks Auctions, Pecker's Power Cutting, H&H Performance Parts, K Black Services, DS Olden Excavating, D&D Motorsports. And we'll see our next pull will be at D&D Motorsports Park in Smithsburg in June. As a matter of fact, looking down, it'll be June 20th, 9 a.m. in Smithsburg. We'll be at D&D Motorsports Park. Right now, our first puller driving the Wild Willie. Here comes Jackson Cardill. All right, 179.22. 179.22. Jackson's going to have to make the decision. If they say the sled is set, will he keep that hook or will he drop and come back? The first puller in each class has that option. So we'll find out if he's going to keep that hook. The sled is set and he's going to keep the hook. Okay, so that's going to be the official mark, 179.22. So Jackson Cardill will set it. So looking down our list, Kaylee Norris will be up next. John Sires is on deck. Blake Lambert's in the hole. Addison Ewing with Jolene is lurking. All right. So this is Callie Norris. She's got 2 tractors she's going to be running today. She's running the tractor they call the Candy Apple. And she'll be running her Cub Cadet 126. So we'll see what she can do out here. Again, a big thank you to our sponsors of the 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series. Without them, we couldn't have a 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series. Rocky Hollow Holdings, Cat Metals. But right now, on the track, here comes the Candy Apple of Callie Norris. $163.13. Looking down our sponsors for the 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series. We got Jefferson Reynolds, D&D Truck Repair, D&W Enterprises, Ted's Rent-It Center, Ground Shaker Motorsports, Diesel Equipment Services, Cheria Lane Farms, Regional Fire Protection, Chambersburg Rental Services, Radar Performance Motors, Hunter Powered, Circle D Farms, Tom Shockey Collision, The Hat Shack, and 2A's Guns and Ammo, Kindle Enterprises, and I'm going to throw in Grimes Engineering for the diesel classes. They're the sponsors of the 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series. Without these fine sponsors, we wouldn't have a 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series. Right now, we should have John Sayers coming up with the tractor he calls the Triple Threat. And after John will be Blake Lambert. Well, Blake Lambert's actually making an exhibition pull. So he'll be last in the class. So it's going to be John Sayers, Addison Ewing, Jesse Caudill, Paisley Copsey with Eugene, then Callie Norris again, and then Addison Ewing with Geraldine, and then Blake Lambert will come by, but they may let him run in it. I see him lined up. He'll run it as an exhibition. All right. What's he going to do? Here's another little wheel horse. Some of the other popular tractors you see is a lot of wheel horses in the Garden Tractor Pulling Series. The majority of these tractors are all Cub Cadet tractors. But we can see what John Sayers can do on a tractor he calls the Triple Threat. This is the 1050 U16 class. Now you notice he's putting his arm back there. It's actually putting more weight over the rear wheels. He's leaning back to put more weight over the rear wheels. John Sayers went 150.21. 150.21. Next puller coming up to the sled is just making an exhibition run. This is John Lambert on a Blake Lambert, I should say.
Thank you.
He's on a John Deere. It's a diesel John Deere. It's about a 20 horsepower diesel, a little over for this class, but they're going to let him run an exhibition. He's a local here out of Johnsville. We'll see what he can do out here. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is a hydrostatic tractor, so he's going to give the throttle up, and he can actually adjust his ground speed. He can go full bore right off the line, and then He starts getting under the engine RPMs, he can back it off. Well, not a bad run for him. Blake Lambert making an exhibition run in 189.67. 189.67. All right, looking down our list, Addison Ewing with Jolene will be up next. Jackson Caldale is on deck. Paisley Copsey with Eugene is in the hole. Callie Norris with the Cub 126. You're thinking about it. And after the youth class, then we're moving on into poor boys. So the first three pours will be Tucker Fields, Logan Mon, and Ashley Ahall. Right now, Jackson Caldwell is still leading the class at 179.22. Addison Ewing with Jolene is up right now. We'll see what she can do out there. Nice looking little Ford tractor. Of course, Doug Deal helps out with Addison a lot with his tractor. All right, let's see what she can do out here. Driving the tractor, she calls Jolene. Here comes Addison Ewing. Good run for her, and she is the new leader. 187.15. 187.15 for Addison Ewing. So that's going to be the new mark to beat. And I'm also going to make the announcement. This is being a international simulcast of this event. And that's being brought to you by Robert Drawbridge. He's got his YouTube page, Robert Drawbridge. He is doing a live simulcast, and it's an international simulcast. So just think, pulling fans from all over the world are watching garden tractor pulling right here in Johnsville. And to the fans of all over the world, I'd like to welcome you to Johnsville, Maryland. My name is Chester Welty. I am the blabbermouth of the Mid-Atlantic, the voice of the 4-state garden tractor pullers. So we welcome you to Johnsville, Maryland, and the 4-state garden tractor pulling series. Jesse Caldwell with the tractor he calls Hot Rod will be up next. And he's backing into the sled right now. Paisley Copsey, they got their new tractor called Eugene. She's going to also be pulling in this Stock 16 class. She already had some success with the Pink Thunder already. So we'll see what she can do out here in the Stock 1050 Stock 16 youth class. So we'll see what he... But right now, driving the hot rod, here comes Jesse Caldwell. 169.84, 169.84. Looking down our list, we got 3 more pullers yet to go in this class. Paisley Copsey, Callie Norris, and Addison Ewing with Geraldine. We'll see what he can do out here. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is a tractor that may be owned by P.J. Dale. He's going to let her drive it in the youth class. All right, let's see what she can do. Driving Eugene. Here comes Paisley Topsy. $178.20. 178.20 for Paisley, and that will put her, looks like puts her in 3rd place right now. More tractors yet to go in this class, and then we're moving on into the poor boys class. Tucker Fields, Logan Mon, Ashley Ahalt, Andrew Chapman, Hunter Fields, Caleb Kiefer, Paisley Copsey, Roy Mon. All right, so we got Kelly Norris on her up 1.6. Let's see if she can beat her own distance with the Candy Apple. She went 163.13. So let's see if she can beat her own distance on her other tractor. All right, driving the Cup 126, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes Kelly Norris. $164.26. Well, she did beat her other tractor. Her other tractor went 163.13. She went 164.26. One more puller yet to go, and that's Addison Ewing with Geraldine. And she's leading the class with Jolene at 187.15. Then we'll move on into the poor boys class. class puller is hooking to the sled right now. This is Addison Ewing on the International Geraldine. Geraldine was her Ford. Geraldine's her International. So we'll see what she can do out here. Right now, she's leading the class with Geraldine at 187.15. So we'll see what she can do out here. All right. Getting everything cleared up. Ladies and gentlemen, driving Geraldine, here comes Addison Ewing. $171.50. 171.50. So our unofficial results for the Youth 16. Let's give the youth class a all round of applause. These are our official pullers out here, and what we're trying to teach them is good sportsmanship and having a good time. And this is a good way to get the youngsters really started in tractor pulling is with these garden tractors. And as they get older, they can continue on with the garden tractors or move on into they like the trucks, go into street trucks or farm stock tractors, even the antique pullers. But that's as they go along. But right now, Addison Ewing with Jolene will unofficially be taking the number one spot at 187.15. Finishing second at 179.22 is Jackson Caldwell with the Wild Willie. Finishing third is Paisley Copsey with Eugene at 178.20. Finishing fourth was Addison Ewing with Geraldine at 171.50. And finishing fifth is Jesse Caldwell with the Hot Rod at 169.84. All right, now we're moving on to the poor boys class. Now this poor boys class is, all these tractors are running a 12 horsepower engine, a lot more modified. They're allowed to run, some of them are running alcohol, so they made it a stipulation now that they have to wear a full fire suit. So all pullers must wear a full fire suit. But yeah, they're only 12 horsepower engines. 1050 is the maximum weight, including the driver. Unlike in any other form of motorsports, tractor pulling is a maximum weight, including the driver. Unlike in drag racing, where it's a minimum weight, including the driver, this is a maximum weight, including the driver. So all these tractors weigh 1,050 pounds with the driver in the seat. So Tucker Fields with the Blue Thunder is our first puller here in the Poor Boys. So we'll see what he can do is he's getting some, John Copsey Jr. is giving him a little thing on. He's off and rolling. $163.51. Now he's probably a new puller, so he's trying to get used to it. So we'll find out from trackside if the sled's set, and we'll find out if he's going to keep that hook or drop and come back. He is going to drop and come back, so he is going to come back later on in the class. So he's going to play the odds makers, but I think a little bit more, it'll give him more seat time. He's a relatively new puller, so the only way you're going to get better is get more seat time, so you're going to allow him to come back. That's not a bad little idea to do. All right, so it's going to leave it wide open for Logan Mom. We'll be up next. Ashley Ahawk will be on deck. Andrew Chapman's in the hole. Huntley Fields, you're thinking about it. Big thank you to the sponsors of the Johnsville Show. Without them, we wouldn't have the Johnsville Show. Standballs Incorporated, Ryan Standball. White Pine Paving Incorporated. Magstones LLC. Pleasant Echoes Farms, Barney and Debbie Standball. Legacy Septic and Excavating LLC. Debbie and Chuck Reese. Tuck's Service Station. Creative Outlooks LLC. Franklin Electric, big thank you to Justin Franklin. AgriGold Seeds and Seed Corn, Shannon Franklin. Without these sponsors, we wouldn't be able to have the Johnsville Show or bring you this 4-state garden tractor pull. So we're looking right now for Logan Mon with a bear cub. Should be the next boy coming up to the track, and it's going to be Ashley Ahalt. Let's see what he can do out here. He's going to be the first official mark in this class. Tucker Fields decided to drop back, which he's a new puller, so that's not a bad idea to have him drop back and come back. Get him a little more seat time, a little more experience. That's how he'll get better, is more seat time. But right now, driving the Bear Cub, here comes Logan Mon. It'll be 86.79, 86.79. Looking down our list, it'll be Ashley Hall will be up next. Andrew Chapman's on deck. Huntley Fields is in the hole. Caleb Kiefer, you're thinking about it. All right, looking for our next port. That's going to be Ashley Ahalt. Of course, last year's Rookie of the Year. She also finished third in points in the poor boys. See what she can do. And they got their new tractor here today, the Persian Luxury. It's their new Stock 16. So we'll see what she can do in the Stock 16. Right now she's in the poor boys class. Getting everything all set up. Of course, Mark Ahart, her husband, is a long-time veteran with the antique tractor pulls. Him and I are long-time veterans. Now we're getting into garden tractor pulling. But right now on her Cup Cadet, let's see what she can do. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Ashley Ahalt. .01, 145.01. For Ashley. Right now, that's going to be the mark to beat. Of course, I'd like to say a big shout out to Robert Drawbridge, who's doing a live simulcast, a live worldwide simulcast. To everyone across the entire world, I should say. If you're watching this garden tractor pool, I'd like to welcome you to the 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series, our season opener. This is the kickoff for the 2026 season. My name's Chester Welty. I am the blabbermouth of the Mid-Atlantic. I'm the voice of the 4-State Garden Tractor Pullers. And from all the pulling fans from all over the world that are watching this live simulcast, we welcome you to Johnsville, Maryland.
Got any more shoots done?
All right, here comes Andrew Chet. Well, here's your new leader, 237.92. 237.92. Alright. Huntley Fields will be up next. Caleb Keeper's on deck. Paisley Copsey's in the hole. Roy Mon, you're thinking about it. Like I said, a big thank you to the 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling sponsors. We have Planks Auctions, Decker Tire Cutting, H&H Performance Parts, K-Black Services, T.S. Olden Excavating, T&D Motorsports, Rocky Hollow Holdings, Cat Metal, Jefferson Rental, D&D Truck Repair, D&W Enterprises, Ted's Rennet Center, Wheelchair Equipment Services, and Jangrena Lane Farms, one of our sponsors of the 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series. Right now, on the track, getting everything all ready to go, is a tractor that they call the Real Teal. Here comes Huntley Fields.
This class will bring the top 5 back out on the track for the awards. And at the end of the 4 boys, right? Yep, 4 boys.
All right, let's see what you can do on the Real Teal. Here comes Huntley Fields. Not bad, 179 even, 179 even. For Huntley Fields, after the 4 boys class, the top 5 in the youth, we're going to need Jackson Caldell, Addison Ewing, Jesse Caldell, Paisley Copsey, and Addison Ewing again. We need you all at the track after the 4 boys for an awards presentation. Looking down our list right now, up next will be Caleb Kiefer with the 1066. Paisley Copsey with the Purple Crush. Roy Mon with Bullheaded. And Austin Weister with the Buck Wild. We're off and rolling here in the Poor Boys class. Now, like I said, these are 12 horsepower engines. They allow a lot of modifications. They can run, they're only allowed to run 4,000 RPMs. They can run alcohol if they want to, so they've mandated them. They all have to wear full fire suits. So we'll see what Caleb Kiefer can do with his tractor. He calls the 1066. Right now, 237.92 by the rebooter Andrew Chapman is leading the class. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Caleb Kiefer. Oh, that wasn't good. 118.10. 118.10. I said, let's give him a tough luck round of applause. He was on a good run, and all of a sudden it just shut off. Checking his kill switch. So we're going to see if it's either going to be Tucker Fields or Paisley Copsey. And it's going to be Paisley. So this is Paisley Copsey on her Purple Crush. Does really good here in the Poor Boys class, and she'll come in the 912 horsepower class. All right, driving the Purple Crush, ladies and gentlemen, here comes Paisley Copsey. Let's give her a tough luck round of applause for Paisley Copsey. She did cross the white line. And that is a DQ. No part of the tractor can touch that white line. I think she was trying to hold it and just got a little. Go get it to correct. She'll come back. She'll be in that 900 youth class, so she'll come back. All right. And after the Poor Boys class, we're going to need Addison Ewing, Paisley Copsey, Jackson Caldwell, and Jesse Caldwell. We're going to have a awards presentation after the Poor Boys class. All right. Right now, we got Roy Mon with the Bullheaded up right next. Then we're going to have Austin Weister with the Buck Wild. Gage Brady, then Eli Dell, Trey Dell, Hunter Coots, and then Christopher Neff. All right. Driving the Bullheaded, here comes Roy Mon. 149.57. 149.57. All right. So we're going to be looking for Austin Weister with the tractor he calls Buck Wild, and Gage Brady will be on deck. Eli Dell's in the hole. Trey Dell, you're thinking about it. After the poor boys class, we're going to do an awards presentation for the 1050-16 youth class. So we need Addison Ewing, Jackson Caldell, Jesse Caldell, and Paisley Copsey. All right. Right now on the track, he's got to beat 237.92, and that's been set by Andrew Chapman. Ladies and gentlemen, driving the tractor he calls Buck Wild. Here comes Austin Weister. .41. 192.41. Right now, Andrew Tapman with the reboot is still leading the class at 237.92. Right now, Austin Weister moved into the number 2 spot at 192.41. Should be Gage Brady should be up next. Eli Dale will be on deck. Trey Dale's in the hole. Hunter Coots, you're thinking about it. Then we got Chris Neff and then Tucker Fields. And then we're going to do an awards presentation for the 1050-16 youth class. Then we're going to move on into the 912 horsepower youth class.
Thank you.
Right now we're looking for Gage Brady. And after Gage Brady will be Eli Dell. I'll be honest, if I can get someone up here, when we do the youth 12 horsepower class, so we could take over and writing down all the distances, I'd appreciate it. I got to go into the pit area. I'm actually the second puller in the stock 16 class, so if someone can fill in for me where I can get my tractor ready to rock and roll. So I'm looking down on the stock 16 after the 12 horse youth class, because it'll be Jesse Caldell. I'm going to be second puller, and then it'll be Ashley Aholf, Larry Sims, and PJ Daly. Let's see what we can do. This is Gage Brady. 172.41. 172.41. Five more yet to go. Again, youth pullers in the 1050-16 youth class. Going to need Addison Ewing, Jackson Caldwell, Jesse Caldwell, and Paisley Copsey. We'll need you on the track after the poor boys class to do an awards presentation. All right. We got Eli Dell on a tractor they call the Parent Trap. Be our next tractor that's hooked to the sled. And I think this may be his brother Trey Dell with the blue collar dollar be next. Then Hunter Kuntz with the tractor he calls Last Minute Decision. So let's see what we can do driving the Parent Trap. Here comes Eli Dell. .37. 190.37. Let's see if he can beat Eli Dell, and he's driving a tractor he calls the Blue Collar Dollar. We're in the poor boys class, and we're wrapping down the poor boys class. Oh, what a good run. 193.80. 193.80. That might put him up in the number 2 spot. And yes, it will, because Austin Weister was holding second at 192.41. He edged him out. So Traydale moves into second in the class right now. Andrew Tapman with the reboot, still holding number 1 at 237.92. Three more points yet to go in this class, and then we're going to have our award ceremony on the track for the 1050-16 youth class. So we got Hunter Kuntz, Christopher Neff, and Tucker Fields are our last three pullers in the class. And then when we get into the 912 horsepower youth class, We'll need someone up here in the announce booth to just write down all the distances. You don't necessarily have to get on the mic, but I need someone to relinquish my spot where I can go ahead and get my tractor ready, because I'm the second puller in the 4,000 stock 16 class, so I'm going to need someone to cover for me while I go have a little fun here today. So right now, the last minute decision is hooked to the sled. Let's see what he can do. Right now, 237.92 is the mark to beat. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Hunter Kuntz. This is a little serious Craftsman mower. Still a crawling. Oh, not a bad run. 152.09. 152.09. Two more pours yet to go, and then we're going to go into our 1050 16 youth class awards presentation. We're going to need Jackson Caldwell, Addison Ewing, Jesse Caldwell, and Paisley Copsey. We're going to need you to the track because we're going to do an awards presentation after this class. All right, we got Christopher Neff with the tractor they call the Mini Mountain Mule, and then Tucker Fields will round it up with the Blue Thunder.
I'm doing good.
All right. Okay. We got Christopher Neff with the Mini Mountain Mule here in the Poor Boys. Then there'll be Tucker Fields, and we'll have our awards presentation. Driving the Mini Mountain Mule, here comes Christopher Neff. Well, 206.72 would definitely put him in the number 2 spot now. So Christopher Neff with the Mini Mountain Mule right now takes over the number 2 spot in the class. Andrew Catman with the reboot, still holding number 1 at 237.92.
The full rundown from the 16 youth? It's right here.
All right. Our last puller in this class is Tucker Fields. He was the first puller. And of course, he's a new puller to this game, so they decided to drop and let him come back again. Try and give him a little more seat time. Try and get him a little more acclimated with his trackers, which is not a bad idea.
Before you do the 12 horsepower.
And I'm just pull boys.
All right. So we'll see what we can do. Driving the Blue Thunder and everything set up. I say he's probably a brand new puller, and so he's got to try and get a feel for this tractor and that, and the only way he can do it is getting seat time. All right. With the Blue Thunder, here comes Tucker Fields. He didn't do as good as second time out at 155.41, but let's give him a nice round of applause. I know he's a new player. They're just getting him some seat time. All right, our unofficial results for the Poor Boys class is Andrew Chapman will take it with the reboot at 237.92. Finishing second will be Chris Neff with the Mini Mountain Mule at 206.72. Finishing third is Trey Dell with the Blue Collar at 193.80. Finishing fourth is Austin Weister at 192.41. And then finishing fifth is Huntley Fields with the Real Teal at 179 even. All right, we're going to be doing our awards presentation. So we need Jackson Caudill, Jesse Caudill, Paisley Copsey, and Addison Ewing. So we're looking for Jesse Caudill right now. So finishing fifth in the U1050-16 class is Jesse Caudill with the hot rod at 169.84. Finishing fourth is Addison Ewing with Geraldine at 171.50. Finishing third is Paisley Copsey with Eugene. Finishing second is Jackson Caudill with the Wild Willie at 179.22. And winning the class with Jolene is Addison Ewing at 187.15. Let's give these youth pullers a nice round of applause. They're the future pullers out here. We do appreciate them coming out here, teaching them good sportsmanship and camaraderie. But these boys work very hard, and let's give them a nice round of applause. I think Paisley's going to be in the 912 horsepower youth class, so we're going to be on with that class here in just a moment. All right. So we're going to be moving on into our 900 youth class. Paisley Copsey is going to be the first puller in that one. And again, we need volunteers. I'm going to need someone here in the announce booth. I'm going to need someone here in the announce booth to just basically write down the distances and keep track of the distances. I'd appreciate it because I'm going to be the second puller in the stock 16 class. And of course, we got a couple new pullers in the stock 16 class. One's a long-time veteran. Boy, oh boy, he's going to give me a run for my money this year. I'll tell you what, I got Dwayne Gregg now. He's in the stock 16. Oh boy. Apparently Loser's got to buy the ice cream today, so I might have to buy him a bowl of ice cream. Got a tough one in stock 16, but we'll see what happens here today. So, and also, if you're hungry, the concession stand is open. Now, I don't know what time it is, but they should be getting their fried chicken up and ready to go. If you want to get one of their fried chicken platters, you're going to get their fried chicken platters. So, they are open if you're hungry or thirsty and get yourself something to eat or drink. Big thank you to the sponsors of the Johnsville show here, Standballs Incorporated, White Pine Paving, Magstone LLC, Pleasant Echo Farms, Barry and Debbie Standball, Legacy Septic and Excavating LLC, Debbie and Chuck Reese, Tux Service Station, Creative Outlook LCC, Franklin Electric, big thank you to Justin Franklin, AgriGold Seed Corn, and that's Shannon Franklin. They are the sponsors for the annual Johnsville show here. Without them, they couldn't have this Johnsville show. Along with our other sponsors with the 4-state garden tractor pullers. So we do appreciate it. And again, I'm asking someone that could kind of fill my spot. You don't have to necessarily get on the mic, but just basically write down all the distances and keep everything straight up here for me. I greatly appreciate it. I am actually the second puller in the stock 16 class, so I got to get over to my pit area, get my tractor ready, get it weighed in, and get everything ready to go. So it's okay to relinquish my spot. I appreciate it. But right now, we got Paisley Copp to be up first. Tucker Fields, Trey Dell, John Sowers, Huntley Fields, Eli Dell, and Hudson Mon. There's our pullers for the stock 12 900-pound youth class. All right, here comes our first puller. This is Paisley Copsey with a Purple Crush. Of course, they're out of West Virginia. Most of the pullers around here are from Maryland, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Virginia. We have some that do come from New York State and out in Ohio sometimes. But right now, here's a tough tractor in this 12 horsepower youth class. Driving the Purple Crush. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Miss Paisley Copsey. Good run for 173.05, 173.05. Well, we'll find out from trackside if the sled set, and we'll find out she's going to drop. Oh, she's going to play the odds makers. So he's going to drop and come back. So remember the 173.05. That was her first pull. She decided to drop it. The first puller in each class has that option. Once they say the sled set. So he's going to drop the class. He's going to drop that hook at 173.05. That is her option. The first puller in each class has that option. They make a successful pull. After they make their successful pull, they say the sled's set. They make the decision. They're going to drop and come back. But the odds makers up at the casinos in Atlantic City say the odds are 5-1. Because you'll do better the second time out. So that's her option. So that's going to leave it all wide open for Tucker Fields with the Blue Thunder. And that, attention, if I can have someone up here come to the announce booth to kind of fill in for me, I would appreciate it. I am the second puller in the next class, so I'm going to need someone to kind of keep the numbers straight up here. You don't necessarily have to get on the microphone, but just need someone to cover for me while I go have a little fun here, and then I'll be, when I get done pulling, I'll be back here on the mic. But right now, we have Tucker Fields with Blue Thunder. Be our next puller here in the youth class, and he'll be the first measurable pull, which is kind of good.
I don't know. Yeah, he can.
All right. Well, I got someone who's going to fill in for me, so it's going to go kind of quiet. Mouth's got to get ready to do his pull, so I got to get my tractor ready and weighed in. But right now, we have Tucker Fields in the Blue Thunder. He's going to be the first measurable pull in the 912 horse youth class. Well, I do have someone who's going to cover for me. I do appreciate this gentleman. And what is your name, sir? Tim. Tim Jacobs is going to kind of cover for me. I got to get to my pit area and get ready for the stock 16 4000. See what I can do out here. So I'm going to relinquish him. He's just going to write down the distances, and he won't be on the mic, but he's going to write down the distances and that. So we'll be good to go.
I put 5 or 7 down with about an hour and a half. Because then basically what I do is I do everything meticulous, you know what I mean? Put down everything's in there for a week or two. But like today or tomorrow, what I'm doing is all coming right back out. So I just need to get this under this stuff. That I'm not going to need anything, so it's going to go back where it belongs for the rest. him up! Hook him up! Hook him up! Hook him up! Hook him to the sled! she's gonna go this time.
I didn't do half bad. So we'll just leave it at that. So right now we got Dwayne Gregg on the track with the tractor he calls Matter. Then we got Doug Deal with Joker's Wild, Justin Kinzer, Ross Swan. Then it's going to be Barry Hawk, Chris Neff, Doug Deal with the Extra Wild, and then Jimmy Stauffer. Now, here comes the tractor he calls Inches Matter. Here comes Dwayne Gregg. $175.79.
Sideways under there was a class that I took over and find out. Okay, that's why I didn't know.
Well, I want to go to run down the 900-pound, 12-horsepower youth class. The winner of that class was Paisley Copsey at 165.12. Finishing second was the Blue Collar Dollar of Trey Dell at 157.08. Finishing third was Tucker Fields with the Blue Thunder, 136.65. Finishing fourth was Eli Dell with a Parent Trap at 133.70. Finishing fifth was John Sowers and the Warhorse at 129. All right. Alright, now we got Doug Deal with the Joker's. Now, looks like 199.11 is the mark to beat, and that's held by PJ Daly. $159.44. 159. Deal. All right. Here comes Justin Kinzer with his Cub. $161.04. All right, looking down at the list, Ross Swan will be up next. Then it'll be Barry Hawk was on deck. Chris Neff is in the hole. Doug Deal with Extra Wild. You're thinking about it. You're getting hungry? They got the fried chicken going up there at the concession stands. You want to get yourself some fried chicken, head on up to the concession stands. Also, we have all the pulls for the four-state Potomac and Shenandoah Garden tractor pullers. So if you want to get the all the schedules up here, they're here by the announce booth. Well, Dwayne Gregg, looks like I owe you an ice cream today. All right. Right now, here comes the judge of Ross Swan. One 182.92. 182.92. So we're looking down on the list for the Stock 16. Bear Hawk will be up next. Chris Neff is on deck. Doug Deal's in the hole. Jimmy Stauffer, you're thinking about it. Now I do need to find out. Now Jesse Caldwell was the first puller in the Stock 16. Did he keep that hook or did he drop and come back? I will need to know here at the announce booth. All right. This is Barry Hawk on the tractor he calls the Green Hornet. All right. Right now, the mark to beat is 199.11 by P.J. Daly, so that's still the mark to beat. All right, I do get confirmation he's going to keep that hook, so that's good. All right, let's see what he can do with the Green Hornet. Here comes Barry Hawk. Well, Barry Hawk went 177.77. All right. All right. Here comes the Mountain Harvester of Chris Neff. All right now, PJ Daly still holding the number 1 spot in the class, 199.11. Driving the Mountaineer Harvester, here comes Christopher Neff. .42. 167.42. All right, looking down our list. Here will be up next with the extra wild. Then it'll be Jimmy Stauffer with the Kohler Express. Lawson Leefer. Steve Swan with the Dixie Digger. Then it'll be Colton Daly with Limitless. And then Mike Hawk with more temperamental, and then Brandon Sowers.
Find your way standing there.
But if you
All right.
Right now, still.
PJ Daly still holding number 1 at 199.11.
Side,
Now go up to these stock 16s. These are all 16 horsepower engines. They're not only up to 4,000 RPMs. Have to run gasoline. Right now, driving the extra wild, here comes Doug Beal. .175.09.
You say you had me in this 16 class?
Yeah, you said 16 or what? Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Okay, Blake Landberg, Mark A. Hall. Okay, the open class. Okay. All right. Thanks for the band. Yep, I banned it.
All right. .175.59. Now we got Jimmy Stauffer with the Kohler Express. One 167.10. Looking down our list, Lawson Leeper will be up next. Steve Swan with the Dixie Digger. Colton Daly with Limitless. Mike Hawk, and that'll be it for the stock 16. Then we're going to move on into The diesel class will be Aaron Scott and Ron Scott. And then the pro stock class will be Mark Cessna, Dwayne Gregg, Doug Deal, Mike Hawk, and Colton Daly. All right, 188.17 for Lawson Leaper. All right, looking down our list, we got Steve Swan, Colton Daly, Mike Hawk, and that'll wrap up the stock 16 right now. PJ Daly still leading the class at 199.11. So Lawson Leaper went 188.17, and looks like that's going to put him second in the class. All right, here comes. Hey, 180.93. All right, looking down, we got two more pulls yet to go in this class. Right now, PJ Daly still leading the class at 199.11. We got Colton Daly coming up right now with a tractor they call Limitless. And we got Mike Hawk with more temperamental, and that'll wrap it up for the stock 16. And then we're moving on into the diesel class. There's just two in that class, is Aaron Scott and Ron Scott. Then after that class is the pro stock class. And that's going to be Mark Cessna, Dwayne Gregg, Doug Deal, Mike Hawk, and Colton Daly. Then after that, then we got the open classes, Blake Lambert, Mark Ahart, Glenn Conrad, and Brandon Sowers Jr. And we got the stock 20 class. All right, right now in the stock 16, driving the Limitless, here comes Colton Daly. .23. Now take over to number 2 spot. All right. one more pour yet to go in this class, and moving on into our 1150 diesel class. Right now, PJ Daly with a high expectation, still leading the class at 199.83. All right, here is our last pour in the stock 16. Yeah, we didn't have quite 20 tractors in the class, so there will be no heats. Okay, let's see what he can do. 199.11 is the mark to beat. The last pour in this class. The pool isn't over until the last pour hooks to the sled. I've seen it over time over the years. The last pour wins the class. Driving the tractor he calls more temperamental. Here comes Mike Hawk. $176 even. 176 even. Well, here's the unofficial results. P.J. Daly with the high expectations will take number one at 199.11. And second is Colton Daly at 191.23. Third is Lawson Leaper at 188.17. Fourth is Ross Swan with the judge at 182.92. And fifth is Doug Deal with the Extremely Wild at 180.99. All right, now we're moving on to the stock diesel class. Now these tractors weigh a little bit more than 1,150 pounds. Now these are 3-cylinder diesel engines, one turbocharger, just like a pro stock tractor like you see on the IHRA Pro Pulling League on NTPA. They're just like a pro stock tractor. These a little 3-cylinder diesel and one turbocharger. Well, Aaron Scott's going to be the first one, but they got Ron Scott on first. Last weekend down there, the Jefferson County Fairgrounds in Leetown, West Virginia, they were pulling. He exploded a turbocharger on the intake side and destroyed the engine. This is a brand new engine, brand new turbocharger. So it's been kind of a rough season. He's going through quite a few engines already this year, so he's going to see what he can do on here today. A tractor he calls Transplanted. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Ron Scott. think he got her figured out pretty good. 219.10. 219.10 for Ron Scott.
Should have blown that turbo off sooner.
That's not bad. Not bad at all. Because like you said, he showed me the picture of what... He showed me the picture of that turbocharger. I'm like, oh boy. That didn't look good. But he got it all rebuilt, new engine, new turbocharger, and boy, it made a nice run. And the other player in this class is going to be Aaron Scott, his son, with the tractor he calls Done Dirty. And this is the Keystone Nationals champion tractor. He won the Keystones in the diesel class. Of course, they're really trying to bring the diesel class is starting to get into popularity right now. Of course, the hotbed of diesel garden tractor pulling right now is in Anne Arundel County. Of course, Bill Grimes, former puller, and he's got Grimes Engineering. He does all the engine work for these garden tractor pullers now, and I'll tell you what, now you've probably seen Bill Grimes. He's got a lot of videos on YouTube that he does on the golden era of tractor pulling. He's done a lot of things for some of the legends of pulling, like the legendary Thomas brothers out of Boonesboro, as well as Dave Stangl. Ladies and gentlemen, driving the tractor he calls Done Dirty, here comes Aaron Scott. I'll tell you what, man, he picked him up and laid him down, 240.55. 240.55. His ground speed was 16.4 miles an hour. It was on a cloud of dust and mighty high old silver for Aaron Scott, but he will take the number 1 spot in that diesel class. His father would take the number 2 spot. So that's your diesel class. So Vance, what do you think about them diesel tractors? They're pretty good, aren't they? Now we're moving on into the Pro Stock class. Now these Pro Stock tractors are all single cylinder, 50.5 cubic inch engines. Now they are carbureted. They have a little bit limitations on their carburetors. They're running alcohol, so they're going to wear a full fire suit. Also, they run full cut tires, and so all pullers must wear a full fire suit. Looking down our list is going to be Mark Sisson is going to lead it off. Dwayne Gregg with the Mighty Mouse is going to be second. Tuck Deal with the Extendron is third. Then it'll be Mike Hart with the Cowboy on a Chain. Got word from Colton Daly when he's built for business. They had to scratch. That's a mechanical problem, so they are out with the Pro Stock class. Then we're going to move on into the Open class. So right now, we have Mark Sisson of the tractor he calls the Papa Smurf. But right now, we're going to do some adjustments to the sled, making it a little heavier for these tractors. Now, these tractors will turn close to 100 horsepower out of one cylinder. The red light on the tachometer on these tractors is set at about 9,000 RPMs. That's why when you hear them come up the track, they sound like a buzzsaw. Of course, Mark Sisson out of Pennsylvania, going to be running the tractor he calls the Papa Smurf. It's one of the Ford tractors. You know, he's got the Ford sheet metal. You know, he's got everything in it. Probably from Midwest Super Cubs. I hope everyone's enjoying the days well. It's a gorgeous day. Really nice temperature, no humidity. A few fair weather clouds out, but it is a beautiful day out here. It's not too hot. Next weekend, we have that at Hershaw Park. They're in Pennsylvania. So we want to go down there next weekend, and we also got the Atlantic Pro Pulling League. The Atlantic Pro Pulling is going to be up in Hagerstown at the Ag Center next weekend. We're going to watch some of the pullers from the IHOA Pro Pulling League. They're going to be out there with a big national pull. I'd like to say a big thank you to all our sponsors, not only for the show here, but also the First State Garden Tractor Pullers. I want to thank Planks Auctions. Decker's Tire Cutting, H&H Performance Parts, K-Black Services, DS Olden Excavating, D&D Motorsports. Our next pull will be at D&D Motorsports Park in Smithsburg. Rocky Hollow Holdings, Cat Metals, Jefferson Reynolds, D&D Truck Repair, D&W Enterprises, Ted's Rented Center, Diesel Equipment Services, Shingria Lane Farms, Regional Fire Protection, Chambersburg Rental Service, Radar Hunter Powered, Circle D Farms, Tom Shockey Collision, as well as the Hat Shack and 2-8 Guns and Ammo and Kendall Enterprises, sponsors of the First State Garden Tractor Pulling Series. All right, we got our first puller here in the Pro Stock class. This is Mark Cessna driving the Proto Smurf. At 248.64. 248.64. We'll find out from trackside if the sled set. Sled set. We'll find out who's going to keep that hook or drop. Wow. Well, that's him beating down. This is a typical Johnsville track. It's starting to dry out. This is typical for Johnsville. It's been like that all these years, even when I pull with the antique tractors. Sled set. No, he's not going to set it. He's going to see at least one more puller. He's going to lighten it up a little bit. So I definitely going to say that Mark says is probably going to drop till last and let that engine cool. Of course, Mark, he goes all over the country, and if I'm not mistaken, he probably was born out in Navarre, Ohio this past spring. I'm kind of thinking he may have, because that same weekend was my NATPA finals that I had in Russellville, Kentucky. Well, I got done and I was heading home and I was on Interstate 70. All of a sudden I passed a very familiar trailer with the garden tractor pulling symbols on it, and I'm like, I wonder who that was. And I wonder if they recognized me with the big tractor. But yeah, these pulls do go all over the United States. These are touring professionals. They'll go all over from Maryland, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Virginia. Some will go to North Carolina, South Carolina, down even into Florida and Georgia. And then they'll go out to Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, Michigan to go pull. And like I say, garden tractor pull is getting to be very big. I mean, these are small tractors. You don't need a real big truck to haul these tractors in. Don't need, and you're not lugging the big weights on these tractors like you do the big ones. So right now, it's going to leave it wide open to resetting the sled. It looks like it's going to be Dwayne Gregg coming out with his tractor called the Mighty Mouse. So we'll see what he can do out here. He's going to set the mark. Reset the sled. That means he's going to be the first puller in the class again. So we'll find out if they say the sled is set. And Dwayne's going to have to make the decision. Does he keep the hook or does he drop and come back? The odds makers up at the casinos in Atlantic City say the odds are 5-1 that he will do better the second time out. So we'll see what he can do. He's got a green light. Driving the Mighty Mouse. Here comes Dwayne Gregg. 231.75. 231.75. So we'll find out. We'll find out from trackside if the sled is set, and then Dwayne will have to make the decision. We'll find out here in a second. I guess sled set. You want to still see one more? Sled is set. So sled is officially set. We got to find out from Dwayne Gregg if he's going to keep that hook, or is he going to play the odds makers? He's going to keep the hook. So that's going to be the mark to beat. All right, our next boy backing into the sled is Doug Deal with a tractor he calls Excedrin. Of course, I asked him why he calls it Excedrin. He says, yeah, when you work on these tractors, some days they can give you a fit and you got to take a lot of Excedrin for it, so he kind of gave it the nickname. Real sharp-looking Pro Stock tractor. He's got the original Cub Cadet colors. Of course, the original Cub Cadet, when the International build, was yellow and white. So he kept it the yellow and white. And right now he's getting it all locked in. They lock these gears in with a bar, that way it doesn't keep them from popping out. So right now let's see the gears driving the Excedrin. Here comes the Deal. Well, there's your new leader, 255.99. 255.99. All right. So that's going to leave it wide open. That's going to be the mark to beat. 255.99. We got two more boys yet to go in this class. Mike Hawk and then Mark Cessna. And then we're moving on into our 1,150-pound open class. And then we got Blake Lambert, Mark A. Hawk, Glenn Conrad, and Brandon Sowers Jr. All right. So Mike Hawk will be coming up next with a tractor he calls Cowboy on a Chain. Of course, Doug Deal's rolling his tractor back to his pit area. Like I say, if you get a chance to take a look at some of these tractors up close, the artwork on these tractors are just simply amazing. And these pullers do take great pride in their equipment. Great pride in their equipment. I mean, a lot of these tractors, and Doug's got a corral of tractors that just show quality, but they run tough. Right now, we got Mike Hawk with a Cowboy on a Chain. He's got to beat 255.99, and that was set by Doug Deal. But you still got Mark Cessna. He's lurking, so you never know what he can do. All right, getting everything in gear. Going to get the thing all locked into place. All right, let's see what he can do. Cowboy on a Chain. Here comes Mike Hawk. He's way up there, 232.88. 1150 open class, we need you lined up. 1150 open class, Blake Lambert, Mark Ahol, Clint Conrad, and Brandon Sowers Jr. with the Bandit. Need you lined up. All right. All right, I hear the Papa Smurf. He's got her fired up. Last pull in the class, he's got to be 255.99. That's what's being held by Doug Deal. All right. Let's see what he can do. Of course, he's a sharp-looking Ford sheet metal on this tractor. We'll see what he can do. Goes 255.99 is the mark to beat. He had to go run the first one. So that's what you do, driving the Papa Smurf. Here comes Mark Cessna. Oh, wow! You talk about close. Well, Doug Deal went 255.99. Mark Cessna just went 255.56. He was just that much short. So the unofficial winner of the class is Doug Deal with the exception of 255.99. Finishing second is Mark Cessna with the Papa Smurf at 255.56. Finishing third is Mike Hawk with the Cowboy on a chain at 232.88. And finishing fourth is Dwayne Gregg with the Mighty Mouse at 231.75. All right, we need all 1150 new open class. We need Blake Lambert, Mark Ahol, Glenn Conrad, and Brandon Sowers Jr. We're looking for Blake Lambert first. And of course, we put a big shout out to Robert Drawbridge, who is doing our worldwide simulcast of this event, and to the people all over the world that are tuning in and watching this pool. You're watching the season opening pool with the 4-state Garden Tractor Pulling Series. We are pulling here in Johnsville, Maryland, here in the United States. We welcome you to Johnsville and watching the great action you're seeing with these top garden pulling tractors. My name's Chester Walty. I'm the blabbermouth in the Mid-Atlantic. I've been the voice for the 4-state garden tractor pullers for quite some years. So I hope you're enjoying the action from wherever you're at in the whole world, and we enjoy your support. Right now, here comes Blake Lambert on the John Deere in the 1150 open class. $129.52. $129.52. Right? No. find out if he's going to find his sled set. But I think he said sled set, so that's going to leave it wide open for Mark Aholt, Glenn Conrad, and Brandon Sowers. And then the next class is the stock 20 class, so I may need to attention in the pit area. Mark Aholt, you're the next puller. Where you at, Mark Aholt? I see him. I see him. So Mark Aholt will be next, and between Conrad and Brandon Sowers Jr. Then we're going to move on to the stock 20 class. And then we got the stock 20, then the stock 25. And then we're going to move it, and then the last class of the day is going to be the factory 16. Now it's interesting, in the stock 20 class, they're going to actually allow the stock 16s to run. So guess what? Yours truly going ahead and paid the hook fees. I'm actually going to run a stock 20. All right, here comes Mark with his 1466. Get him backed into the sled. If I'm not mistaken, Mark is the defending season-long champion in this class. So he's getting everything checked up, getting ready to start her up and see what happens. Right now, 129.52 is the mark to beat. We'll see what he can do. Of course, Mark also, like myself, a long-time antique tractor puller. We'll see what he can do driving the 1466. Here comes Mark Aholt. Not a bad run, 179.43. 179.43. Looks like Glenn Conrad's going to run his super stock tractor in this class. Got about 100 pounds more weight on it. And we got Brandon Sowers, and then that'll be it for this class, and we're moving on to the stock 20. So I'm going to need someone to kind of keep the distances down for this one as I go. I'm going to run the stock 20. Now this looks like a new tractor for Glenn Conrad. I know he has a motorcycle power tractor. This is a little different. We'll see what we can do right now. 179.43 is the mark to beat. Here comes Glenn Conrad. Well, 200.02, 200.02. That's going to leave it. That's going to leave it open for Brandon Sowers Jr. with the Bandit. Into the stock 20. So as we move on to the stock 20, I'm going to need someone to kind of cover for me a little bit. So I'm actually going to run the stock 20. And after that's going to be the stock 25, and then our last class of the day is going to be the factory 16. Here comes Brandon Sowers Jr. on the track today called the Bandit. Let's see what he can do out here. Right now, 200.02 is the mark to beat. Driving the Bandit. Here comes Brandon Sowers Jr. Wow! 210.90. And that's going to be good enough for the number one spot. So Brandon Sowers with the Bandit, Brandon Sowers Jr. with the Bandit at 210.90 will take the number one spot. Finishing second in the class unofficially will be Glenn Conrad at 200.02. Finishing third is Mark Ahalt at 179.43. And fourth is the Blake Lambert. All stock 24s. We need all stock 24s. I'm going to run down the list. Here's who's all in the class. Corbin Silver, Aaron Scott, Ashley Ahalt, Bill Gillensleeve, Mark Rick Stauffer, Chris Darr, Brian Welk, Jesse Caldwell, Aaron Scott, Mark Ahoff, and yours truly. So I'm going to vanquish the announce booth. I'm going to get my tractor ready for the stock 20 class.
there by 4. It starts at 6.
Next week at Leesburg.
Yeah, pray for nice weather now. That's the key word right there. 2:30, I'm gonna start packing up.
About 3:30. Yeah, you gotta go up.
Yeah, 2:30, I gotta start packing up because I gotta be up there by like 4 so I can get up.
We ought to be very first.
Why I said mine? I know. Hey, that's okay.
What can I say?
I know. We'll see you next Sunday. I'll try to get up there.
Well, apparently Aaron Scott did play the odds makers. He should have kept the first hook because he went 169.89.
You want to announce payout money's in my trail where I'm trying to get out in front.
All right, payouts in Doug's trail right now. First in the stock 725. Here comes Lawson Leaper on the red. Wow. Well, now he's the first puller in the class, so he can actually drop that hook since he did go out of bounds. That's the advantage about being the first puller. So he can drop and he can come back. Well, here's the unofficial top 5 in the class. Jesse Caldwell pick number 1 at 184.47. Second is Rick Stauffer at 182.27. Third is Brian Welts at 180.45. Fourth is Aaron Scott at 179.38. And fifth is Bill Kildersleeve at 172.36. That's top 5. Well, I'll tell you what. Old Mark Ahall, he finished 6th, and I finished 7th in that class. That's kind of surprising. So I might have to pay my dues and run for points in the stock 20. But right now we're in the stock 25 class.
Do you have the results for 16?
Yeah, we're there.
Where's it at?
In Doug's trailer.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, here comes the command of Austin Weister. All right, he went 222.53. 222.53. Again, I'd like to say a big thank you to Robert Drawbridge. You might have this gentleman underneath his umbrella right at the end of the track. He's been doing a international simulcast of this pool today. And you can look at Robert Drawbridge on YouTube. Has all the pooling events. He does all the pools around the area. He goes all over the country. He's been in Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, and all over the place doing not only garden tractor pools. He does the big pools with the interstate, the IHRA PPL, MPPA. He also has done pools with the NATPA, and that. So he does all the pools. Matter of fact, this past November, he was at the big NATPA pool that I was pulling at as I was running the series in Wasion, Ohio. So, yeah, the world got to see the big red baron. They see the little squirt, as I call it, the little red baron, as I run both tractors. But yeah, he was also at the Keystone National, so Harrisburg got a lot of global influence, and we're getting a lot of global influence from fans from all across the world. I hope you've enjoyed the action here today. We're now in the stock 25, but right now Austin Weister set the mark at 222.53. That's the mark to beat. Right now on the track will be Ron Scott. Then it'll be Jimmy Burrows will be on deck. Jimmy Stauffer's in the hole. Luke Burrows is lurking. Well, here comes Ron Scott with the tractor they call the Tradition Breaker. He did pretty good in that diesel class, getting that thing straightened out after he exploded that intake part of the turbocharger that destroyed an engine. Now he's got this little stock 25. And these are 25 horsepower twin-cylinder engine tractors. They're only allowed to run up to 4,000 RPMs. The stock 20 class, they do allow the stock 16s to run, all 4,000 RPMs. But what we can do to beat 222.53, ladies and gentlemen, the Tradition Breaker of Ron Scott. That run, 199.3, 199.43. All right. So here in 199.43. Right now, Austin Weister's still going to hold the number one spot. All right. Okay. Right now, we got Jimmy Burrows in a tractor he calls Max Cap. Then Jimmy Stauffer with his tractor called Barbizan. And Luke Burrows with a tractor he calls Stockish. And then Justin Kinzer with a tractor he calls Pay Dirt. Here's our next four pillars coming up on the track. This is the stock 25. Like I said, these are stock 25 horsepower twin-cylinder engine tractors. Stock 20 is a twin-engine class, but they allow the stock 16s in it. Right now, the Max Cap. Here comes Jimmy Burrows. Ah, 217.23. 217.23. Gonna put him number 2 in the class. All right. So right now, Austin Weister with the Command, still leading the class. Right now, looking down the list, Jimmy Stauffer will be up next. Luke Burrows is on deck. Justin Kinzer is in the hole. Jessica Jennings is lurking. Well, folks, I hope you've been joining here today. Beautiful day here in Johnsville for their annual show. Hope you enjoyed the garden tractor pulling here today. The next pull for the 4-state garden tractor pullers will be June 20th, 9 a.m. at Smithsburg, Maryland at D&D Motorsports Park. Next one for Potomac and Shenandoah will be June 13th. And all right, here comes Jimmy Stoffer with Barbara Zan. Not a bad run, 199.91. 199.91. All right. 199.91. All right, Austin West is still leading the class. Looking down our lineup. Luke Burrows will be up next. Justin Kinser's on deck. Jessica Jennings in the hole. Bill Gildersleeve, you're thinking about it. Let's see what he can do. Time to try to call Stockish. Here comes Luke Burrows. $185.65. $185.65. Luke Burrows. Our final class of the day will be the Factory 16 class. We need Riley Carball, Brandon Sowers Jr., Gage Brady, I should say, and then Brandon Sowers. That's our last class of the day. All prize money is going to be in Doug Beal's trailer. He's getting all the prize money together, so you check your final. The final standings will be there, and he'll have all the prize money for everybody. And of course, I hope everyone have safe travels home today. Of course, this is Justin Kinser with his pay door. I like how he's got the exhaust coming out of the front of it. Looks like a mad bull out there. What's he going to do with the pay door? Here comes Justin Kinser. $176.97. 176.97. All right. All right, 176.97 for Justin Kinser. All right. Right now, we're going to be looking for Jessica Jennings, Bill Gildersleeve, John Copsey Jr. with the new sheriff in town, Colton Daly, Carter Leeper, Mike Hawk, Austin Pike, and then P.J. Daly will round out the Stock 25 class. Of course, a big thank you to the Johnsville Ruritan Club for having us here for this barn tractor pull here today. Like I say, a big shout out to Robert Drawbridge doing the live international simulcast. Your new leader, 224.73, 224.73 for Jessica Jennings. She takes over the number 1 spot. Uh-oh. Someone's giving Austin a hard time saying, why are you letting her beat you all the time? Uh-oh. These boys like to kid each other and they like giving each other a hard time. But right now, she set the mark at 224.73. Like I say, a big thank you to our sled owner and operator. I think it's Andy Anderson is our owner, and his father's helping out. They're the ones with the sled there that we use on our series. Of course, like I say, a big thank you to our track official. She's been doing it all day. So a big thank you to you for doing that all day. And of course, you know, her being the track official, she's like a football referee and the baseball umpire. She will have the final word on the track. So right now, we got Bill Gildersleeve in a tractor he calls the belt twister. Now, there's actually some of these tractors are in the stock 20 class they can run in here. Let's see what you can do. Right now, 224.73 is the mark to beat. Here comes Bill Gildersleeve and the belt twister. $149.68. 149.68. Coming up to the track right now, John Copsey Jr., on a tractor he calls the new sheriff in town. Now that looks like a hat he is wearing, but believe it or not, that is a DOT legal helmet. So it's DOT legal, he can actually wear that in competition. So this is the new sheriff in town right now. He's got a beat 224.73, and that's right now being held by Jessica Jennings. See Paisley's on the side, going to cheer him on. Ladies and gentlemen, driving the new sheriff in town, here comes John Copsey Jr. And there's your new leader, 231.59. So there's the new mark to beat, set by John Copsey Jr., the new sheriff in town. Looking down our list, we got Colton Daly with the daily instruction. Going to be Carter Leaper in green. Mike Hark with twice his temperamental. Austin Pike. Bubba's Little Hooker. PJ Daly with the gray area, then Lawson Leaper come back with the red. Well, I hope everybody's enjoying themselves. Here comes Colton Daly on the tractor day called Daily Destruction. Well, Colton, you got to beat 231.59. That's what John Copsey set. That's the mark to beat. Okay, let's see what happens. Driving the Daily Destruction, here comes Colton Daly. How close can it be? PJ, he didn't get him. He only went 231.54.
Hey.
John Copsey Jr. went 231.59. That's how close it was.
Colton.
But PJ, I kind of noticed Dwayne Gregg was kind of coaching Colton down the track too. Wow, that was close.
You got 6 in that class. 6. And I got 7.
How many was in it?
About 12.
Well, it doesn't matter. That class is for 2.
Yeah, that I don't know that. I don't know.
You know, we just need to get her from that. I need to move some weight.
Well, yeah, brand new track.
Well, she thinks it's moving from
Well, I've had that trailer for 3 years. I'm still trying to figure it
I thought
out.
the main thing you had fun. Who cares?
Oh man, I had fun in that stock 20. I'm gonna have to run for points in that one. I'm gonna have to try and drive you all crazy.
Well, we got Mike Hawk right now on the track with the tractor he calls twice as temperamental.
Right now.
John Copsey with the new sheriff in hand, leading the class at 231.59. Right on his tail was Colton Daly at 231.54. Driving the tractor called twice as temperamental. Here comes Mike Hawk. 200.71. We got 3 more tractors yet to go in this class. All factory 16 pullers. All factory 16 pullers be ready to go. Riley Carball, Brandon Sowers Jr., Gage Brady, and Brandon Sowers. We got 3 more pullers yet to go in this class. Austin Pike, PJ Daly, and Lawson Leeper. All right, here comes Austin Pike. Of course, then we got Lawson Leeper coming back with the red. And I wonder if this is Lawson Leeper right here. And no, don't look like Lawson. I got you. You're Mike Hawk? Oh.
He's Mike Hawk. And who was that before him? Or was that Austin Pike?
All right, this is Mike Hawk. Well, you went 221.41, 221.41. Yeah, 200.71, I think it was with Lawson Leaper. All right, Mike Hawk went 221.41. Now we're looking for Austin Pike, PJ Daly, and Lawson Leaper. So Mike Hawk went 221.41 right now. Still leading the class is John Copsey Jr. with the new sheriff in town, 231.59. Right on his tails was Gordon Daly at 231.54. All right, let's see what we can do. This is Austin Pike, then we got PJ Daly and Lawson Leaper. And then we're moving into the final class of the day, and that's the Factory 16. All right, let's see what we can do. Driving Bubba's little hooker, here comes Austin Pike. .04. All right, two more poles yet to go in this class. PJ Daly and Lawson Leaper. Then we'll move on to our final class of the day, the Factory 16 class. Well, this tractor here for PJ Daly, their new tractor here. All right, let's see what we can do. Driving the gray area, here comes PJ Daly. .87. All right, we got one more puller yet to go, and that is Lawson Leaper with the red. He was the first puller. Of course, he did go out of bounds, and being the first puller, he took advantage of that. He dropped. He's going to come back last in the class. One of the advantages of being the first puller, if that does happen, you can actually drop and come back. Like I say, a big shout out to Robert Drawbridge. He's got a thing on YouTube. You want to watch all these pools. There's a live simulcast. There are people all over the world that are watching this pool here today. I hope you've enjoyed the action. He's got more simulcasts later on this evening down the road here, and hope you've enjoyed the Garden Tractor Pulling here in Johnsville, Maryland. I enjoyed calling the shots for you. Of course, I've actually played a little bit here today. Ran the Stock 16 and the Stock 20 class. And actually did really well in the stock 20 class. Kind of like making me want to think about maybe running for points for that class. So right now we got Lawson Leaper with the red. He was the first puller, and like I say, he unfortunately went out of bounds, and he decided to drop and come back. So he gets another shot at it. Ladies and gentlemen, driving the red, here comes Lawson Leaper. $217.44. 217.44. So the unofficial top 5 in the stock 25 is John Copsey Jr. with the new sheriff in town at 231.59. Second is Colton Daly with the Daily Destruction at 231.54. Third is Jessica Jennings with the red at 224.73. Fourth is Austin Weiser with the Command at 222.53. And fifth is PJ Daly with the gray area at 220.87. Final class of the day, the Factory 16 class. Riley Carball, he went 125.66.
Is he taking or is he dropping? Dropping or taking? Okay.
He is elected to drop. He went 125.66. So this is the Factory 16. These are Factory 16 engines. They got to run the factory RPMs, which is 3,600. So right now, Brandon Sowers Jr. with the triple threat is up next. It'll be Gage Brady, Brandon Sowers with the Mean Mini Massey, then Riley will come back. He went 153.22. That's going to be the mark to beat.
That's what the other guy was doing.
He'll make it straight.
All right. And of course, like I say, said something to me. I said, well, that's why when I say when the results are unofficial, Doug makes them official, because I may miss something. So, you know, always like having another set of eyes and that. So everything, he makes everything official. I just do unofficial. That way he can check my numbers, make sure I'm doing things right. A lot of money at state sales, so that's why I kind of do that. I'll write everything down, and maybe I might miss something, and it happens. It happens. That's why I always give it to them, and they can sort it out, make sure it's everything straight. All right, right now we got Gage Brady up in the factory 16. Okay, 143.78. 143.78. All right, two more pours yet to go. Brandon Sowers and Mean Mini Massey and Riley Carball. And Aaron Scott's going to come to make a exhibition run with the diesel. All right, here comes Brandon Sowers on the tractor he calls the Mean Mini Massey. I'll tell you what, you got to look at this tractor, and this is how the golden era pulling was. Because back in the day, back in the late 60s, early 70s, they did not care what these tractors looked like. All they cared about was taking the first prize money home. And some of the legendary pullers had some of the ugliest tractors, but they were the toughest to beat. And some of them were the local legends, that like the Thomas brothers out in Boonesboro, Maryland, out of Indiana, was the tractor that was built by Ron Perry and drove by Dave Stengel. The legendary solid junk, but right now driving the Mean Mini Massey, here comes Brandon Sowers. 116.01. All right, one more pour yet to go, and then we got an exhibition run by Aaron Scott, and that'll wrap it up here for the day. I'm glad everyone was able to enjoy today. I wish everyone safe travels home. We'll be back in June 20th at B&D Motorsports Park in Smithsburg, Maryland for our next pull on the 4-State Garden Tractor Pulling Series. Right now, here comes Riley Carball. He went 125.66. Out of third. Well, he did a little better, 131.40. So the unofficial results looks like it's going to be unofficial. Be Brandon Sayers with triple threat will take it at 153.22. Gage Brady will finish second at 143.78. Third is Riley Carball at 131.40. Fourth will be Brandon Sayers at 116.01. All right, we do have one more pool yet to go, and that is an exhibition pool, and that's Aaron Scott with his Dun Dirty Diesel.